I know. Any first world problems.
Yeah, really. Oh well.
You gotta do it to work.
Explanation. Figure out something.
I do, as a matter of fact.
So much for me getting here early.
Is that how you take notes?
That's what we get for sitting
It's what
next
I
to each
try.
other. Look, I brought these so we can share.
Take notes.
I don't know if I had what
I have
Susan
an
had.
app
My
that I can
wife
take notes
actually
on.
stayed home
I
from
can
work
get.
today.
Hello. I sound just like you. I had no voice this weekend.
She never. I mean, she's home. She's homesick once every 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, that's about me too. I was using text to voice this weekend.
Oh no, they're right in front of you.
They're right.
Don't look in the obvious place, right?
No, of course
I did move them on.
that's where I stuffed my pen.
So glad to be getting all this wear out of these wool slacks.
Who wants to wear summer clothing anyway? Not me.
So she must have been teaching elsewhere.
Jen, you want to go this way? She's
Oh, like different career.
I guess so. I don't know.
Michelle. Hello, don't get near me.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not kidding.
You look like
Chris-
you're not feeling well, actually.
Chris and I are in this. This is the sixth desk.
Oh, you're quarantined?
Chris sick too?
Chris has the
Oh,
same
good.
thing I have.
Oh, good. You stay
I was
over there
with
far
him
away.
this afternoon, and he did not give me the disclaimer.
So you need to scooch that way.
I am miserable enough that I give everyone the disclaimer.
Okay.
I want nobody to have what I have. But it's nice to see you.
You too.
I liked your professional development report.
Thank you.
It's always fun to read.
And about PD?
Ooh, I like it. Am I weird?
Yeah, but it's kind of weird we like it.
Good. How are you?
Everything's. We are not to speak about sex.
Crazy is a good. I'm sorry, what?
We're not to speak about sex.
Not a bad word.
I was told that.
You know what? I'm not getting myself out of gag order. Can't promise anything.
You know, I said, okay, that's nice. I talked to him about 4:30 this afternoon, had a second conversation with him. He's so excited.
Yeah, right.
Okay, good. Yeah. I don't think it's a gag.
Right. I was gonna
We're
say
not
there's
those kind of girls.
the others. You'd have a different opinion.
I said, well, you know, I said, if you get an interview, give me a jingle, and we can all meet up for dinner afterwards.
She sent it again. Judy.
I just thought it was funny that she thought just by telling me.
She
That would
sent
make
it.
it magically go away?
Yeah.
No.
There's a reason why
Nice try.
my older sister calls me the bane of her existence.
That's cool.
Nothing. It's not
I
saying that
happen
if
to
I
enjoy
do
that role.
if something is like eyesight, that would create eyesight.
Besides which, we all need a little nudge outside of our little comfort zone
Not a
sometimes.
good.
I signed.
Yeah, but we shouldn't.
Sign except for what? So I
Oh,
have to
for one.
They did it for me.
This is the June 5th, 2018 school committee meeting. It's a regular session. We have the honor of having all of our retirees here tonight first. That's what we'll do. We'll also have public comment. I see our student representatives are here. We'll hear a report from them. We have a report on our professional development plan for the district, and also a report from the Winchester Special Education Parent Advisory Council. We have a number of action items, a vote on a gift to Morocco School to improve the teacher's room, a gift to Vincent Owen for a buddy bench. We have the McCall and Winchester High School handbooks to approve. We also will end all of the action items with the school committee reorganization. The chair report, superintendent report. Some of our future agenda items will be budget transfers for the existing fiscal 18-year budget. And the next meeting will be on June 19th. We do have a need of an executive session to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with all of our collective bargaining units, A, B, C, and D, the teachers, administrative assistants, teachers, assistants, and special education supervisors. And this would be because a discussion in open session might be detrimental to the committee's bargaining position, and then we will reconvene only for the purpose of adjourning after that. So I'd like to go straight to recognition of our retiring educators. Mm-hmm. It's really wonderful that you could all come tonight so we could thank you in person. I just want to read all of your names, and I hope I don't mispronounce any of them. It's Valerie Jacobs, who has been in the district since 2008 at the high school. Jane Johnson at Lynch, who's been at the district since 1990. Anita Monson, who's been here since 1994, a special education teacher at Lynch. Janet O'Keefe, also here since 1994, special ed teacher's assistant at Lynch. Elizabeth Daliello, a special ed teacher at Lynch also. Donna Vaccari, a special ed TA at Morocco, with the district since 1986. Betty Britt, who's been with the district since 1993, a nurse at the high school. Mary Dunn, a teacher at McCall, who's been with the district since 2007. Rosemary Baldwin, who's been with the district since 1988, a special ed TA at Lynch. And finally, Mia Gustin, who has been with the district since 1991, and the administrative assistant who has been the glue at Winchester High School for many, many years. So at the end of the year, people say at the end of the day, at the end of the year, it's all about the students and the teachers, and it's really true for us tonight. It's great to have you here. So we can present you with a little certificate that says, whereas the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts provides that wisdom and knowledge, as well as virtue, diffused generally among the body of the people, being necessary for the preservation of their rights and liberties, and that public schools will cherish the interests of literature and the sciences and spread the opportunities and advantages of education in the various parts of the country and among the different orders of people. And whereas the educators set forth below have devoted many years to the demanding and noble profession of teaching the students who attend public schools in the town of Winchester, now therefore we, the Winchester School Committee, do hereby express our deep and abiding appreciation for your outstanding service and convey our heartfelt best wishes to you all in your future endeavors. So thank you all very much.
So we'd like to take the opportunity to get a quick photo of all the retirees. So we'll do that right at the end, and I can see the stars here and would like to get that, so we'll make sure to do that. We started a tradition of bringing our educators to be recognized at school committee because there is, I think, very few times in the lifetime of a career educator, whether it's a teaching assistant or a nurse or a teacher, where we have a chance to publicly thank you. And so this is our opportunity to recognize the collective few hundred years of service to our students.
243.
I knew that Chris would add that up. I knew he would. And to thank you for getting up every day and bringing a positive attitude, a true love for our students, and the ability to know that you've had an impact on thousands of lives, on thousands of families, on thousands of children. There are very, very few professions where you can retire and know that you have made a difference in so many people's lives. And so we don't take an opportunity to thank you for that as often as we should. And so this is our brief chance to thank you. There will be many other celebrations. The union has a big celebration where we also speak at greater length. Each of your schools, I'm sure, will have celebrations. And some people like to go out quietly because teachers are humble and unassuming. And so tonight, some of you may choose not to speak, but certainly we'd like to give you the opportunity if you wanted to say a few words. We're going to have Lori Kirby speak for Morocco and John Dupuis speak for Lynch. I'm going to say a few words about Betty Britt because she is while she is a nurse at the high school, she is a nurse leader and has been for a long time. And I wanted to speak about Betty. And I apologize if there are other people here. I think Mary Dunn is not here, correct? So people will speak for Mary at the WEA retirement event. So if I could just say a few words about Betty Britt and the difference she's made. Everyone knows that nurses are the first place kids go to when they have minor and major health needs. But the vast majority of kids who go to see our nurses need a little TLC. They have mental health needs. They have family issues. And a lot of their issues come forward in the guise of, I have a stomach ache, I have a headache. And our nurses are experts at bringing to the attention of the right people the needs of our students when these needs surface, and often the nurse is the front line. They're there when there's an emergency. They're the first ones to run towards the danger. And so we are blessed to have great nurses, and Betty has been a fantastic leader of those nurses. The other thing I think that makes Betty so special is her courage and her vision to bring resources into the district that we might not otherwise have had. Our students are among the first in the state to have the HPV vaccine available at school, saving lives. We have a very robust immunization for influenza, and every time I read those tragic stories in the paper about young children who die of the flu, I say, our kids have a chance to get it, second, third, fourth chance to get it at school. And so she doesn't just take heights and weights, she doesn't just give out medication, she truly does care about the total health and well-being of all of our students. And I'd like just to recognize Betty's incredible service to the district. So if any of you would like to say a few words, come on up to the table and speak into the mic so folks at home can hear you.
25 years, I figure I had to say something. Let me sit down here. Well, I'll start out by saying hello, everyone. It's really been a privilege for me for 25 years to be the nurse at the high school and in the community, and I've been a wonderful part of a team of fabulous nurses. So part of my I would say success or whatever has to do with the school nurses. Part of what has happened with me is I have been there for 25 years, 7 superintendents, 8 principals. So there's been a lot that's going on. So I think it's truly time for me to graduate and be a senior, because here I am now. But I'd like to leave with a special thank you to everyone here, to the support we've had, where the nurses have a support, but also a special thank you to all the past and present school nurses that I've partnered with, that are educated. They're highly educated. They have degrees in nursing as well as advanced degrees in nursing and in education. Almost many of us have a master's degree in education besides our nursing degrees. I want to say that I wrote a few notes because we believe it is a professional responsibility of our team, of some of my team is here right now in the back, to provide evidence-based and clinically competent quality of care for students to focus on daily and on their physical, emotional, and social well-being. Because we want to keep children in school. That's what our job is to do. So just with that, just a quick review of this year's statistics. We have seen so far this year to date, in all the schools combined, 29,549 students. We've dismissed 2,000 351 students, which means we've returned to class to learn 27,617 students, which gives us a 93.4 percentage rate in the state, and that's pretty gosh darn good. We've done 4,158 mandated screenings. And as you nicely commented on and gave us credit for, is our HPV clinic that we do. And we do that in partnering with the Winchester Board of Health. And we've made a great partnership with them. They're wonderful. Kathy Whitaker, Jen Murphy, they've been wonderful partners. And with the support of all the years for all of our clinics that we've run with the superintendents, and we appreciate that, and they appreciate that. Beyond those clinics, we were the first and only city in the state or town in the state to do the hepatitis B vaccination. We were on the radio. We did that. We offered that. No other state, police in the country offered that. We did that. That's how we started with the Board of Health offering that. And then we did the meningococcal meningitis vaccine. So we're pretty cutting edge here, and I would say, and that has to do with all the nurses who are so fabulous. So it's bittersweet for me, actually, to be leaving, but I've had a great run. You know, I've loved working in the community. I've loved working with parents. I've loved the students, you guys. And I've learned so much from them. I learn still from them every single day. I'm emotional, I don't know why. But besides all the distraction and people that have supported us, we have had Frida Canavan who supported us, and Nancy Clark, and Catherine Mahan, people who are behind the scenes all the time giving us their support, so we appreciate it. Okay, she's here. Oh, and two of the nurses that are here from Morocco and VO. So at this time, it's my turn to pass the baton, and I'd like to introduce you to the new nurse leader who will be at Winchester High School as a nurse leader, the lead nurse at the high school, Jennifer Markham. Jen, come up and say hello. Jen is at the Vincent Owen School currently. She's been there for 7 years, and she will be at the high school. She's a pediatric nurse practitioner. And I'm really excited to have her there, and I honestly am so blessed to have so many wonderful people and friends and all of you. So thank you.
So for some reason, I don't know whether you were all hired at the same time in 1986, but a bunch of Lynchies are here for retirement, and John Dupuis is going to come up and say a few words about
and
you.
I only feel it's appropriate that we kind of do this together somehow, and I know there's 6 of us, so can we all just grab a picture? And then
Squeeze in.
pull one up so we can all sit at the table, and I'll make this brief, but I want them all to be recognized together with me. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Grab a seat, any seat. It's usually them ordering.
Not near the microphone.
This is good. That's right there. Yeah. Excellent.
Let's do this all
Good?
together.
We'll be quick.
Jen, can you just pull down the mic so he can
Share the mic.
Thank you very much. We'll be relatively quick, but I think the number of years that Chris mentioned, I also too analytical in a sense. So we're I think representative of half that 240 plus years here at Lynch. So first of all, publicly thank you very much and personally for inviting our staff members here. This is the starting 5, our all-star team here going out together from Lynch. Just very quickly, if you think of their work that they've done with our students, each of them have impacted so many lives. Whether it's special education students or kindergartners, 5-year-olds to 11-year-olds, and I think I just got done writing their speeches for the union dinner on Thursday. It wasn't easy, but it was heartfelt, and I think the common theme in that they all care for our students, they know our students, and they love our students, and they know that is first before any sort of learning can happen in the classroom. And I think all of them have shown that. You'll see students hold their hands. You'll see students give them hugs. You'll see students give them high fives daily. And I think that speaks volumes on how they've really approached education and our children here in Winchester. They've been in countless meetings with parents, reassuring them that everything's going to be okay. We got it here. When there's some tough times, right, and some tough meetings. With our staff, they're our staff's biggest cheerleaders. And I know Jane and Anita have represented our building as union reps over the years. And as an administrator, they've made it very professional and also very easy during challenging times. And I've appreciated that and their approach with me. And then lastly, for me, you've made me a better leader, all 5 of you. We've shared many tears individually, right? And we have, and we've shared many laughs. We've shared many hugs for many different things, and it's all from love and support for our kids. So I personally thank all 5 of you. I'm amazed at your dedication, and you'll be sorely missed at Lynch next year. So congratulations.
So if any of you would like to say a few words, please do.
I just,
and if you could just reintroduce yourself for people at home who may not know who you are.
I'm Jane Johnson, and I've been working in Winchester 30 years, 29 of them at Lynch. I was Betsy's student TA the first year. Then she worked in my room. Anita was my student teacher, then worked in my room. Jan and Rosemary both worked in my classroom. You know, I was supporting all the children, making sure they all reached their potential. You know, we worked as a team. I'm happy to be retiring as a team. And thank you very much for acknowledging us as a team. Because at Lynch, we're all about the team, John, right? Team spirit.
Would anyone else like to say anything?
I would just like to say that I started at the high school, and I worked for 3 years waiting patiently for a position to open up at the elementary level, which is where I got my degree in, and I was so wanting to be. An opening came up at Lynch, and I've been there ever since. I've grown up there. I've grown professionally and personally. My best friends are there. It has been home. I commuted for over 20 years from Braintree, which wasn't easy, with my daughter, who was allowed to come to Winchester Public Schools, and I'm so grateful for that. And I just want you to know how wonderful Lynch has been in the community. It's a great school, and we are a team. We've all worked together when you look at it in the same classrooms throughout the years, and I'm just thankful to the school committee also for the focus on children that you've had over the years. I've seen how much effort has been put into keeping the class sizes small, especially at the elementary level and the primary, and it's so important, and it's made a difference, and so we all thank you for that, and I'm just sorry to be going. It is bittersweet, as Betty said, but it is time, so that's a good thing. We'll be back. We'll be back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Firm no, firm no.
Thank you so much. So please hang out. We have one more person to acknowledge, and then we'll take a photo. I think Lori Kirby's going to speak on behalf of Donna Bakari.
Want me to stand? You can sit right there, and I'll go right here. Well, when Leslie asked me to do this, I was delighted because Donna and I go way back. We actually began together at Lincoln School. This was her first full-time position. Before that, she had done various things in other schools. But I will never forget Donna Bakari and her welcoming way when I was a brand-new teacher at the Lincoln School. That felt very overwhelming in that 3-story building. She was always quick to come, check in, see how things were going, fill you in on any kind of anything and everything you needed to know, whether it was about the school, the community. So never forget that. So imagine my surprise, my good fortune when I came back and I had the opportunity to be the building principal at Morocco, and there she was again. So in my true elementary spirit, I have taken some creative liberty and revised a poem by a children's author, Judith Voice. 15, maybe 16 things to worry about when Donna retires. There'll be no one to welcome the students to school each morning in all the elements. Our lost and found will be overflowing, and students will be outside in the cold without jackets, wearing one glove, walking around with one sneaker, and rustling through the heaping mound of articles for their favorite water bottle. No one will be there to listen and comfort our young friends when things are not going as planned. Students will not be recognized for their acts of kindness and for their perseverance to overcome challenges. The Sunshine Committee will be lost, and there will be fewer staff gatherings and celebrations. The copying machines and laminators will be jammed at Morocco. Stage, lunch, gym, auditorium, teacher workroom will return to the previous chaotic state. Tours for new staff and community members will be less colorful and informative. The new building aide will not understand the importance of welcoming each day as a new gift with endless possibilities. Donna, your legacy will live on at Morocco. We have no worries because your impact on our community runs long and deep. You are part of the fabric of Morocco, and you will always be in our hearts. And we wish you all the best in your next great adventure.
Well, I thought this would be a little funny thing to say tonight. My husband's been every night saying to me, how many more days? How many more days? And I says, oh, I don't even want to talk about it. And he goes, you know what? He says, you've been working for 31 years, and you never said you didn't like your job. And that, I looked at him and I says, you're right, I do love my job. But I'll be around, and I want to thank everybody for being so kind to me. And I just enjoyed my 31 years. Thank you.
So if the retirees could just come over to my right, we'll give you your certificate from school committee and take a photo for, you're all looking great tonight.
I should go in front of the artwork instead of the calendar. Sorry.
You get this stuff.
Where are we looking? Where are we looking at? Okay.
Susan, you're in front of somebody.
I know.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You saw me hesitate.
Exposed to a million germs.
I know. Not this one. Really? No, you may want to sanitize. It was lovely.
So is there anyone here for public comment? Yes? We go ahead and do that. Pull up a mic and identify yourself.
Hi, so my name's Aiden Rood, and I'm currently a 7th grader at McCall, and I'd like to talk about the dress code proposal that's part of the McCall student handbook proposal for today. So I'd like to address the idea of like what happens when someone is, as students say, dress coded, so when they're told that they're in violation of the dress code. So when something like this happens, I think that like a decision has been made. Someone in a position of power, an adult, has decided that their opinion, the school's opinion, on what the student should be wearing is going to go above the student and their parents' opinion of what that student can wear. And so in some cases this should happen and this will happen, but they have decided that the student's clothing is so inappropriate that they need to be negatively affected by opinions that were written a long time ago and, well, not a long time ago, sorry, but like are pre-written opinions. So this is a serious decision and it has important ramifications. It's been said in the past that these incidents are handled in such a way that students are never embarrassed or that it doesn't interfere with their learning. But I think these assumptions only further show how there's somewhat of a disconnect between the process of like a dress code because the decisions that they're
It's okay.
okay, so like when a student is pulled out of class or pulled out in the hallway, of course it's going to be handled in such a way that you're trying not to embarrass the student or make the student look bad or upset the student. But I think that what not everybody may see is that then later when the student has been quietly pulled out and they go back into class, the other students aren't just going to be like, oh, you went to the principal's office and had a 30-minute conversation and changed your clothes? Oh, okay. That's not what happens. Other students are like going to ask questions about, oh, like you got dress coded. That's so bad. What? Why did that happen? Like, why would you wear that? Things like that. The student is going to be embarrassed in some cases. And so I think that shows that there is a disconnect in the process, such as the fact that when we write this dress code, you're writing a dress code that's saying what someone can wear, and that person might be a different religion from you, a different gender from you. They might be born in a different generation, be completely different age than you. But despite all these differences, we have to have the power to decide what they're allowed to wear or not allowed to wear. And in some cases, this policy is obviously necessary. No one questions that. But in making this policy, I think it's important to recognize the fact that in some cases you'll be making a decision that affects someone who's totally different from you in a way that you might not be able to completely understand at the time. And so I think one way we can recognize that is that seeing the fact that, in my opinion, it's definitely necessary to have a policy that requires the notification of the parents when students are like told that they're in violation of the dress code. One example that was given at, I believe it was a school council meeting, was that in, I think, opposition to this idea, was that, well, what if a student is pulled aside because we say their shorts are too short or something like that, but then it turns out their clothing is actually fine. Then why am I going to notify their parent? But I think that's incorrect, because I think that the student has been affected by this, possibly negatively, as I've said before. They're possibly going to be embarrassed and possibly going to be talked to by other students a lot, and it's going to possibly cause a problem for them. So I think that not notifying the parents is just hiding the fact that something has happened that was incorrect, and that's okay. In enforcing this policy, there might be an incorrect enforcement, and we don't want that to happen, but it may happen. But I think that the parents definitely need to be told of such a thing, because it's their child. They should know what's happening at school, especially if it's going to affect them at home and they're going to be upset about it. And so why wouldn't we want to notify the parents? If they are truly in violation, then the parents should also be notified, because then they need to have a conversation about why they were in violation and what they can do in the future to make sure that that doesn't happen again. So I think that's an important part of the policy that should be there. And I think that overall, in making this policy and approving this policy, everyone on the committee should try and recognize the fact that, as I said before, there's a disconnect between you and the students. Could be completely different from the student who's going to be affected, and it might happen in a completely different setting, completely different time, and we should remember that when we make this policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stacy, we have to keep the door open.
Hi, Pamela Court. I have 2 children at McCall. I'm going to talk about the dress code, but I just found out that you're going to be getting a little bit of a summary about special education, which is near and dear to me as well. And I just want to just give a shout out to the folks that were involved in special education this year. When Pam Gerard came on board, she realized that we didn't have an active PAC, and she is the one who got the ball rolling and got the group going. And the group got going and started off with a bang. And then for 2 years, did pretty good, and then we had a little bit of a lull in activity, and with Stacy taking over and the support of the administration and the school committee, I just want to say I think that the PAC has done wonderful things this year, so that's my shout out for them. Now to talk about the dress code. So I spoke about it pretty passionately at the last meeting, and I'm going to speak about it passionately again today and address some of the things that were also talked about at the last meeting. And I took notes, so there shouldn't be any question as to what I'm responding to. I wrote a letter to you saying that I think parent notification is essential. It's essential for so many reasons. I think Aiden gave a lot of good reasons that you cannot, from looking at a student, tell if they're having an emotional response. Students often hide that, and you don't know if they feel ashamed or if they don't in the moment but then do later, and parents need to be aware of that so that they can handle it. The code is written in a way now, and I believe is going to be passed in a way now, where it's going to be very difficult to violate that code. You're going to have to dress in a way that's fairly inappropriate to be in violation of that code. And in my opinion, that's something that a parent should be aware of. We can't guide our children if we're not aware of what's going on. And without that notification, we can't know. And I think in terms of keeping data and knowing about enforcement, there were a couple of things that George spoke about at the last meeting. One was that he did note that there were a few times when parents were not notified when students were asked to change, even though he said it was the policy to do so. He said that it was just the case that they weren't notified. And he also admitted that it probably was not being applied in a uniform way across genders, and that girls were probably being coded more than boys. I think for that reason in particular, it's important that for there to be an accountability piece, for parents to be notified, to be aware of it, to know which students are getting violations, and for there to be accountability, that if you're going to call somebody in for a violation, you know that you're going to have to be informing somebody else, that there's an accountability piece there. Parents can give guidance to their kids. Parents can comfort their kids if they're embarrassed. Parents can be aware of how the code is being handled in the school. The students over the years have made Facebook posts or talked amongst themselves about being dress coded and what the consequences are. And George emphatically stated that detentions were not given ever for a dress code violation. I can't question that. I don't know if that's true or not. To me, it's almost as important that the student perception is that detention is given. That's pretty important. That whether or not they're given, kids are afraid that that's going to happen. So I think that's pretty significant. So it's an emotional thing for students. And again, the parent enforcement, the parent notification for enforcement, and the and having that accountability piece there, I think is going to help move perception in line with reality. So I think that that's an important piece. Finally, and I haven't seen, I saw what the proposed dress code was from the last meeting. I don't know what changes were made to it, but I know that there were some comments about language that mimicked the human rights statement. And I think that language is important to have in there. I think that it reinforces those values when we're implementing a dress code, and I think it reminds us of why we're doing it. And it's a piece that is in the section of the handbook that most parents and most students and staff are going to see. And so I'm glad that it was in there, and I hope that it remains in there. So I thank you for your time, and I didn't say it at the beginning, but I always try and thank you for your efforts and your work, because it's a lot of work. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Pam. Anyone else? No? Okay, then we could move on to our student report. Hi, Nate. Did Megan have to leave?
Megan, sorry that she had to run off to a tennis banquet.
Oh, well, that's important too.
The girls' tennis team's doing really well, actually. I think she said they have their quarterfinals later this week.
Okay.
I think the boys' tennis team had their first round of the playoffs today, if I'm correct.
Indoors.
Indoors, yes. I think they won. I'd have a hard time believing they didn't win. We have good tennis teams.
We'll be optimistic.
As long as we're on the topic of sports, softball beat Reading on Friday, and boys volleyball just beat Lowell in the first round of the playoffs. So we're looking forward to further rounds. The freshman class dinner will be held on the 7th from 6:30 to 8:30 at the high school. It'll be a family event. There'll be barbecue and cupcakes. Student Council will be hosting their annual dodgeball tournament Thursday, the 14th. So teams of 5, I believe, register to play against other students, and the winner gets some sort of prize. It's a lot of fun. There will be a rad dynamic simulation, self-defense, for any girl students interested on the 13th at 5 p.m. I believe they have to pre-register with one of the gym teachers, but it's a good opportunity to get involved. And Science MCAS will be tomorrow and Thursday at the high school. I think that is it, except for senior events that have been happening. There was the beach party, graduation, of course, on Sunday, and the all-night grad party on Sunday as well. Or was graduation on Sunday? Saturday?
Party was Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not a senior.
We'll have it done
But
next year.
All these mysteries shall be revealed.
But as the liaison to you guys to tell you what the popular student opinion is within the high school, I can very confidently say, a bit less confident now that Megan can't back me up, but my date to prom and I were easily the best looking. So
Nice.
I know the stars here if they want to get that down. That wraps it up. Megan was my date, so that's why.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's funny.
She looked lovely.
Yes,
You were very sharp.
thank you.
It's always great to see those prom pictures, everybody all dressed up and grown up, and just great.
And Judy or Nate, incoming freshman night's coming up too, right?
On Monday, yes.
Monday.
I hope to be giving tours. I definitely want to get down there for that. I look forward to that.
good.
I don't know what time it is, but it's definitely Monday night.
I'm sure they know.
Anybody else want to ask anything? No.
Are you
Well,
going to be with us at our
the-
next school committee meeting, which is still
19th.
before the end of the school year?
Yes, I'll do my best to be here. And so, going along with that, Megan will be graduating, obviously. I will be on here next year to represent student council. And as of now, we don't have another rep because we haven't had student council elections yet, so we don't know who will be elected from their classes to be on the student council next year.
But you might have a partner with you at meetings next year?
I will definitely have a
Great.
partner with me next year, so we look forward to that. And just thank you for letting us be here.
Thank you. It's been great to
wanna
have
say-
you.
You want to say a few words? I have a little
Oh, go ahead.
recognition for them.
Well, I mean, it's so important to have the student voice at our meetings, and we always want, people to feel that they can stay and comment on things and ask questions that affect students. And you and Megan have been just really super competent, and
Thank you.
really enjoyed your stint.
Thank you.
I hope you did too.
We did.
So the thing that I found really helpful was, especially in a hard year where we're making difficult decisions around school start time and some other important things in the district, that you and Megan both made a conscious effort to be well-informed, to listen to other students, and to present a very reasonable and mature point of view. And I think it's easy to get caught up in emotions when difficult issues are under discussion, but I always could count on the two of you to be very helpful and reasonable and rational, and so it's a great skill you've developed. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Must be all those miles running. You have a lot of time to.
Definitely. A lot of time to think about what I'm going to say Tuesday nights.
So we just have a little memento of your service this year, and you'll give this to Megan. It matched your outfit too. I could have.
Yes. I know I speak for Megan when she says she was very thankful that she had this opportunity.
That's great. So thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Can I just say too, Judy, that I have known Nate since the first day of his kindergarten at Morocco. And I think it's fantastic when I see Nate, because it just reminds me of the great pipeline we have here. I thought about it when we saw the retirees a few minutes ago. Great professionals in the district working so hard to support our kids so they can reach their full potential. So you're dynamite. Your parents are a big part of that. I know you know that. But congratulations on all your success. I know you're going to go to great places, Nate.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, now the rest of this is going to seem ordinary.
Unemotional.
Unemotional.
We hope unemotional.
So let's see. The first thing we have on the list here is a report on professional development. You have anything to kind of kick this off with? Or?
So this is not so much a report, but it is a reminder about our professional development plan. So one of the things Jen Ellen Emma does really well kind of behind the scenes is to be very purposeful, to get feedback from teachers constantly with every professional development session that we offer, to look ahead to see what sort of global needs are, to look at the district goals, and to plan professional development in multi-year chunks so that we cover the strands that we need to cover. And so rather than doing a presentation, we've included the full plan.
Yeah.
Jen will come back at the next meeting and talk about plans for the summer. But I've asked her to just present some quick highlights of what are the sort of strands that we're working to cover, and give you a chance to kind of respond to the elements in the plan.
Thank you. So a couple of just big picture things about PD. We work very hard to do a couple of things in the district. One, to provide multi-levels of things. So we try to have, teachers lead sessions for people who are currently in the classroom. We try to have administrators lead things that their expertise is on. And then we try to be very purposeful about bringing in from the outside when there's really an area of expertise that it's really important either and that you have kind of a national perspective or a larger perspective, or you have someone with really strong expertise that no one in the district has. So for example, we brought, Lisa Deeker in about the national piece with co-teaching, and we'll be bringing back in teaching tolerance to work with us as they have obviously much more expertise. So that's one of the big pieces. And then another big piece, just thinking about the PD that we try to do, is we work really hard to model best practice with PD. So, PD is just about teachers learning and all of us learning, administrators learning, everyone learning. And just like we do in the classroom, we try to say that that's important to have good practices as you're doing that. So we try not to do, sit and get or death by PowerPoint professional development. So we try to keep it active and moving and meeting different learning styles, differentiating, giving choices, options. We try to build a lot of pathways based on people's, just like we say in the classroom, you should build based on the level of where someone is, their interests, their readiness. So we try to do those pieces. So that's kind of the big picture of what we do. On the second page, Chris brought up a good point. Sometimes we use acronyms that people don't necessarily know. So we talk a lot about SWABATs, which our students will be able to. So at the end of something, what we're hoping will be the action, and we use that same thing with our learning. So in the case of learners, we're the students in that case, and what we'll be able to do by the end of it. So as Judy said, we work hard to try to focus on what are our district goals, what are building goals, and also what are individual people's needs in the district. So we try to build the pathways based on that. We've said at the table before that we feel like we have very limited time for PD. If you look on the third page, really we have 3 half days and we have 1 full PD day And then we just really have our, hour and 15-minute faculty meetings, department grade level meetings. That's really what we have to accomplish. So thankfully in this district, we have unbelievable commitment of our staff at all levels for professional development. We laugh all the time in the summer. It's harder to get a parking space here than it is during the year. It's a very busy place, and people come in and give of their time because they know that's when they can get the professional development, because we really don't have it built in. We try to follow, we're big into that cycle, the continual cycle of identifying needs constantly. So this is an ever-changing plan. We have certainly our big buckets that we're working on, but then we constantly adjust and move and readjust based on, an issue pops up, or we're seeing a trend with certain things that students need, so then we bring something in around that, or we bring a PD in by an outside provider and people say it's really, really helpful, so then we bring that back in again. So we always stay kind of focused on our picture of where we're going for what we want for people, but it constantly moves based on what's working or not working. We're not afraid to ditch something either if it's not going well. We've done that before. So in here we have some kinds of our big focus areas. So, we identify things that come out of, say, as you're about to go into negotiations, things that come up from negotiations. Like the TAs had said last round, we really need to work on our evaluation instrument. It's not as meaningful as it could be. Building on that, a lot of the admin assistants said we do things different from building to building. We could kind of pool our expertise and our resources and get a little bit more consistent with that. Obviously, as a district, we said we really wanted to do more support around social emotional. It's great to say we care about that with the kids, and that's important, but that's not a skill that we've all been trained in through school, so you need to do a lot of explicit PD around that. And try some new approaches to because we do have limited time, so this year we did some interesting things with grade level meetings and faculty meetings. Principals gave up traditional faculty meeting time, and we did some professional development across the secondary level, across the elementary level, based on what the teachers said they really needed. So we've tried to play with our models a little bit, and that's received great feedback. So we're going to continue to adjust for those. In here we just have some highlights. I'm not going to read them to you, of kind of some big topics that we've really been trying to grow with, and then across, of course, different areas like social emotional, technology, differentiation, special education, co-teaching, meeting the needs of our EL students. Literacy is always a big one. As you know, we transitioned to a new student information system. So really, it has a lot more features for people to be able to quickly access information about kids, and so we're constantly trying to make that more robust for the teachers. Looking at different assessments, we've been working on the performance-based assessments and MCIEA, so that's been a good focus. We're always trying to get better with our evaluation process. This year we launched a year 2 of our teacher mentor program. We always just had a 1-year program, and we said sometimes it feels a little bit too soon to be dropping them off that cliff. So we built in a year 2 program this year, which has been great, but we have some adjustments. We got feedback from teachers, so there's things we just met last week, things we'll be adjusting as we go into next year. And one of the big things that we had received in feedback the previous year was for the secondary people doing some more content-specific PD around their content areas. So we also focused on that. There's just a little bit on here, page 17, so you know what teachers need every 5 years. They need to reapply for their licensure, and they have to have earned a certain amount of professional development. These categories change a little bit with the state from time to time. So now they have a focus area on EL and a focus area around special ed and really more around inclusion. And in the past, they used to have a specific area around technology. So as a state identifies what are some specific areas that we're lacking in, they change some of these points. But then there's always around their content and pedagogy, and then a piece around teacher choice. So that's what they need every 5 years. So then you just have some samples of what we did this year up until our March day, because really we had done this draft of this before our March day. So, and then we'll have for you next meeting what the docket is for the summer. So we've taken all the feedback throughout this year, as well as the things that we've seen through the evaluation process, or we've heard from different buildings, and then we build the summer calendar based on that. So we're in the midst of that right now. Happy to answer any questions.
Can you just clarify that
Sure.
these weren't just offerings? You ran every one of these.
Yes.
They all 4 pages of stuff ran, and it's not just offered to teachers, but TAs.
Yes.
And some admins as well.
Yep, admin assistants and administrators, everybody in the district.
Staff.
Yep. And we have a nice blend of people, you know, sometimes being a learner, sometimes being a teacher, sometimes, and in all those roles, people flux.
Can you talk for a minute? A question that I hear sort of comes up from the parent community a lot is a need for understanding of why it's important to build professional development days into the school year. Because it's often a hard day for parents to support their kids during, but I know it's also valuable for teachers. So can you talk a little bit about why it's important we build those days in?
Sure. You'll always hear me ask for more. So more both in terms of time and I can talk a little bit about the funding piece too. But, you know, especially for our newer teachers on the pay scale, although we've come a long way in teacher salaries, that often they have to work in the summer. That's just a realistic piece about it. So there are lots of times that people would like to do PD and they can't, or they can just do a little bit. And they're not able to because they've committed to a summer job to supplement their incomes to do that piece. So really the only time that a lot of them have, or the bulk of the time that they have, is what we do during the year. So the other piece also is what is contractually obligated. So during the year is when we have the opportunity to say, although we allow lots of choice, we also have some mandated things, and we have some pieces that are required either because it's our goal or what we have to do as part of the state. And we can only require those things during contractual time. So if we have more time during the year and the PD days during the year, we can ensure that those things happen. In addition to which, we always say our not so secret goal of professional development is the relationships and the sharing that's happening between the teachers in the district. And that's just not, there's lots of great outside things that people might do, but it doesn't bring that benefit of the collaboration and the sharing and the pieces that happen with the relationships in the district. That only happens really during our PD time that we have.
And how do we compare to like districts in terms of the time we are?
So we're pretty low on that list. You know, the utopia, and I know this isn't always popular, especially with the parent group you were just talking about, but the utopia is, you know, a release day each month. So a lot of our like districts do more of a release day each month. Some do a release day each week. That's probably extreme.
Clearly, they have longer school days on the other days.
Exactly. So you have to make up the minutes. So it also runs into the contractual piece. So, and in terms of funding, just, you know, we haven't asked for any more funding in PD. Certainly in the 5 years that I've been here, we haven't asked for an increase in any line. And it just gets a little bit trickier now because we have more and more staff. So just like we talked about the student population rising, our staff population rises as well. And some of the state and federal grants that we used to get either have been reduced or eliminated. Like a lot of the inclusion work that Pam and I have done has been under the Special Ed Improvement Grant, which didn't happen this year, and we don't see it coming back. So that in a sense, we've gone down in funding over
Is that
the 5 years.
a federal grant or state grant?
Mhm.
Yeah, so,
They're all federal.
yeah, okay.
So that's like, to me, Susan, that's one of the biggest takeaways when we talk about the need for an operating override, is how incredibly effective PD is, in large part under Jen's leadership, but everybody rising to the challenge. Increasing enrollment, we talk about needing to hire teachers, but you still have the need piece. So the need is there. You haven't been asking for more money.
Right.
The resources are falling. So if there's ever a poster child example of having to do more with less, this is it. And it's really essential for the continued success of our professionals. It's just another talking point.
Yeah, and it's not something that people are necessarily aware of.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're right.
Good, okay. Anybody, any questions over here? Anything to? Yeah, thank you, that was very helpful.
Thanks.
So that brings us to the Special Education Parents Advisory Council.
That's here.
Stacy. How are you?
How are you?
Good.
Thanks for having us here. So, my name is Stacy Irizarry. I'm the chair of the Winchester Special Ed Parent Advisory Council, WinPAC. And I'm delighted that I've got people, all my friends here. Pam Gerard, our director. Yep. Zena Marchant's been the event chair of the WinPAC, and Michelle Bergstrom's been our school committee liaison. The WinPAC is a mandated group. This is mandated. We are an advisory committee to the school committee, but I think we do a lot of other stuff besides that. And I just want to kind of run through a summary of workshops and events that we've had, kind of their icing on the cake for our families, as well as a summary of the advisory and advocacy work we've done this year, and then our own professional development that we did recently that I'd like to kind of just share a little bit about. So we started off the year, we held a welcome coffee to welcome new preschool parents who are just kind of getting their foot in the door with special education. It was at Lynch. We hosted a couple workshops, neuropsychological evaluations, Massachusetts anti-bullying law. Both of those were so well attended and really started a lot of conversations that continue on today with our families. We co-sponsored Winchester Lighted Up Blue, I think for the first time. And we organized a surprise appreciation event for the district special education staff, and I've got a couple pictures to show. After that, we held our annual basic rights workshop, which is actually one of the mandated activities of the WinPAC, and it was followed by a lively social hour, of course. And we are currently planning our annual elections over a wine and cheese social hour, and that's also going to coincide with a workshop on managing stress as a special education parent, and that's going to be held on this Thursday, June 7th at 7 p.m. at a private home on 24 Central Street. And so if anyone out there is watching, please do come. Next slide. Oh, that's not our pictures. They're not there.
Oh.
There's another version, I think, that was just opened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep talking and I'll find the other
Okay.
What's up there?
So the other major activity and really kind of almost a primary mandate of the group is advisory and advocacy. And to that end, we've done a lot this year. Yeah, that's not that. Let's see. Yep. Not that one. Yeah.
These are all the same.
Yeah. That's okay. Yeah. It was up. Yeah. Okay, maybe the middle one now. That's fine. What I was going to show you were just a number of pictures from our teacher appreciation event. We had an Instagram kind of a frame that teachers use to take pictures.
I think I saw Pam in that on Twitter, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Yes, you
That was very well
did. And there's a great board that we did there, just inviting teachers to put up thoughts about how they make education special. And it was really touching to stand with some of the teachers and have them, we guessed like which one it was. Yeah. So there it is. Yeah.
So this year, Teachers Appreciation Day was also special education teachers.
And this was
Appreciation Day.
district-wide. We had every special education staff member was invited by Pam to a meeting, but they got there and it was all balloons and an espresso cart and pastries and gifts and raffles and a wonderful video that we put together. Judy was in the video. Michelle was in the video.
the whole thing. It was 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, it was great. I know, and I was so engaged, right? Yeah, it was real. So we showed it a couple times. It was really a wonderful video. But there are just some pictures, the Instagram frame, people having a lot of fun, and there's our board where teachers provided some thoughts and just a shot of the space.
And Stacy, how many educators and special ed staff was that?
It was 212. 212 folks came. And I think most of them were surprised. They really thought they were going to a staff meeting. So it was really fun. Next slide. Yeah.
So I hope that becomes a new tradition. Just,
Yeah. We'll see.
it was well received.
It was definitely well received.
You
Yes.
don't feel like you have to outdo yourself each year. 'Cause
I
it's a
know.
lot-
Yeah.
it's a lot
Well,
of
that's
work,
we've
but
already
it's a
started talking
great
about
idea.
that. Yeah. We're like,
Yeah.
how can we kind of be modified?
It's a great idea.
So as I was saying, The committee, does have mandates that relate to our advisory capacity, and we added an advocacy capacity this year as well. So kind of going chronologically, we provided detailed feedback to this body on the district's strategic visioning project and its beacons and measures with a lens of special education. We met with the administration to receive an update on the district's special education budget and discuss priorities and concerns for the upcoming FY19 budget. And that really led us to launch a couple of advocacy efforts. One for including now the district coordinator in the FY19 budget, and we talked to a lot of people, and we met with people in the finance committee and on this body as well. And then we decided to establish a legislative working group to advocate for restoration of historical state funding levels for the FY18 circuit breaker reimbursement and for full funding in FY19. And to that end, we wrote letters on behalf of our parents, but we also held private meetings with the entire legislative delegation individually, and we continue to get updates from them as recently, as maybe a month ago we had a private meeting. And that's going to continue, and we see ourselves as now having been established to, ready to take on the next kind of legislative activity. I think one of the most important things is that we really have established a working relationship with Pam Gerard. We've held regular monthly meetings as a board, along with our school committee liaison and now other school committee member. And that's been great. We've been kept kind of apprised of what's going on in the district, but we've also been able to weigh in and provide kind of support and opinions as needed. One of the, I think, most important things or highlights was a professional development opportunity that came to us through the Federation for Children with Special Needs. It was the Advancing Parent Professional Leadership and Education Institute, and we just went to it, actually, the four of us went recently. And the goal of the program was actually to help parent guardian leaders develop leadership skills and to build collaborations between the administrators and parent leaders. And one of the big goals of doing that relationship building and leadership skill building is to increase parent involvement in the PAC and really to increase parent satisfaction with special education, just to, I think, to keep people happy. So next slide. So I just wanted to go through a couple of the things that we actually did at Apple. We did a storytelling activity. It allowed us to demonstrate and develop skills needed to advocate for our children. We did a deep listening activity that forced us to pay full attention to our partners without planning our next statements or interrupting the speaker. As advocates, we are often so focused on projecting our opinions and defending our agenda that we fail to hear the voices of others. But advocates do benefit from deep listening with self-control and without judgment. And I'll say personally, I was actually quite emotional during this deep listening activity, both in listening to my partner and in being heard. Two of the biggest take-homes that I really feel are something that Pam and the rest of the group really internalize and want to bring to the district in going forward with our goals for WinPAC are ORID and TAP. So ORID is a method for facilitated focused conversation, allows you to gather objective data, then use reflective questionings, R, to gather response to the data, and then use interpretive questions to draw out meaning and values and insights from the reflections and the data itself. And then finally use decisional questions that are aimed at achieving consensus. We used that technique a couple of times during the Institute to great success. It was quite powerful. Then using that technique, using some of the ideas that started from that, we went into the TAP, the Team Action Planning process. It's a consensus-driven process that leads each team to create a vision for their PACs, including action steps and timelines. And so our vision is Vision 2020. It's for 2 years out. It's just a method of exploring group beliefs and goals before choosing primary events or actions to carry out. And so there are some pictures on the next slide. And then I just have a couple of the I'd like to go through the goals that we developed for our PAC. And so there's,
Oh, no.
there we are. Oh, no.
I know.
So,
I had a vision
I
of
know.
that where I was like, show that.
Yes, she did. Well, the video's not there. This is just an action shot. So
Is it video?
no, I know. It's a longish video. So we developed a plan, and up at the top is just a picture of Pam just getting really excited, because we really all did get super excited about the goals and the vision that and actions and ideas that we were developing. And that's her just kind of pointing out some stuff. We were asked to present our goal for the Win Pack and over the next 2 years and the actions in the form of a rap. And so we did that, and that's an action shot. We really got into it.
Is that
So
Pam beatboxing?
It was
That's
not, that was
probably-
Stacy.
I-
ready to go. I was just like, I got this piece of it, and Stacy was
I remember Pam writing most of the
song.
rap,
I
though.
did.
Yes,
Yeah.
so as you can see, it was a collaborative team building 2-day conference. It was fantastic.
And a
Yeah,
performance-based assessment.
And
Exactly. And I have been really raving about some of the techniques that I've talked to, I think, ad nauseum to Jen and to Judy about these activities.
Yes.
Like, well, how are we going to do this?
Yeah.
It was a good workshop.
It was a good workshop, and we came up with some goals. So there are 6 major goals for the PAC that we have that we'd like to see accomplished by 2020. One is improved and inclusive outreach and engagement within the CPAC and within our families. And some of the ideas is recruit and mentor CPAC leadership. This has been a great group, but we need more people to be involved and to help. And we'd like to have an active membership that is reflective of the size and the various needs of our special education population. We'd like to improve the breadth and depth of coordinated events and programs. We did have a number of programs this year, but we'd like to just kind of fill that out. And one of the ways we think we're going to do that is by joining with neighboring district for events. A lot do take money, and I think coordinating with neighboring districts will be helpful in that. We've already started that. We've already started conversations with neighboring CPACs, so that's underway. We'd like to improve our outreach and engagement beyond the SPED community to all stakeholders, and that's networking with and being represented within other parent organizations and other organizations in town. And again, we've already got that underway. We already sit on PISC, the Parent Interschool Council, but we'd like to make sure that we are represented elsewhere as well. We'd like to have effective and regular communication and expanded accessible information and resources. Really, I think our website needs some help. We'd like to go through a rebranding exercise to make our logo be very representative of our mission and our families. That's also underway under Zena's initial guidance there. We'd like to be thought of as having strong and diverse leadership that advocates and advises this body. And to do that, we'd like to implement these periodic focus conversations that I just talked about around budget, as well as trends and data that we see in the district. And then finally, and this is a really, really lofty goal, is embracing inclusion to improve outcomes for all learners. And what we mean by that is full inclusion. And I know that's something that is maybe not something 2020, maybe beyond, but we will continue to advocate for full inclusion while celebrating the amazing work done by our special education providers in our current model of partial inclusion and integration. So I think that's the end. That's what we have. Yeah. Is there any questions?
It's certainly a lot of information and good thinking there. That's a lot to absorb.
Yeah.
Anybody have any questions?
I would just like to seriously commend Stacy.
Yeah.
She gives us a lot of credit, but really she draws it out of everybody. She really brought us together on so many occasions and has just been a phenomenal leader, very compassionate, inclusive for stuff. Like she models what she's talking about. And so I really don't think any of this would have happened without you.
Thank you.
Bringing us together in such a important mission for our school district.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I offer what I'm particularly impressed with is I remember the days when there was a PAC, but it was what I call a fractured PAC. And I was just looking on my phone to see if I could find the name of it. The state allows a PAC to have what I'm going to call a subcommittee. That's not really what it's called.
Right.
Stacy probably knows what it's called. But we had for some years a pack who I think that became a little bit fractured because we had some parents who were maybe particularly interested in issues that affected their child, not somebody else's. And so it began to sort of fracture in a way to kind of have, well, we'll have a meeting on LBLD on Tuesday, and that brought a group. We'll have meetings about executive function issues, social emotional concerns, and that brought a group. But in becoming so sort of fractured, it literally just sort of broke apart, and I think became a little less high functioning. So you're really to be commended, and all of you are, to find a way to make it a big tent again and to have that conversation. I'm curious to know, do you have bylaws for all this awesome work that you're doing?
Yes.
Do you need support for that, or you're good with that?
So I think through our school committee liaison, we have been reviewing the bylaws, and I think it's a place that our attention will be going to next. Is reconsideration of the bylaws and possibly updating them at this point.
Good.
We've been using what the state has been presenting out of the frameworks for the SPED PAC. But I think that we're pretty on top of it. This is an amazing group. I can't say enough. And to Pam's point, to Pam Court, when I first started, it was a non-existent group, and it has been kind of brought back. It's like a phoenix, kind of rising back up again. I can share with you that one of our biggest goals is to increase the capacity so that we are really inviting everybody and welcoming everybody. I think it's tricky to get parents to attend meetings, but our meetings have been well attended. I think there's a couple of events that have happened this year in particular. I think that the appreciation afternoon for the SPED staff was a huge, I think it was just a huge hit. I think it really meant a lot. At each of the buildings, the staff is appreciated, but we've never done anything where we've just actually said, thank you to you. And the staff was delighted. I mean, we just kept getting flurries and flurries of thank yous and emails. I will share with you that the Apple Institute, Apple Institute. Every time I think about it, I'm like with Stephen Jobs, and I'm like, I'm not using the right word. Was probably one of the most dynamic PDs that I have gone to. That there was not an activity that we interacted in that we each didn't take something away that we were ready to bring back to the district. And I think that what it did for us was to really start kind of some momentum, to kind of thinking long-term with kind of where we're going with this, and kind of the feedback that we want both for events, but then equally, what can this role bring to you guys for school committee? So it was really one of the best workshops that I had been to.
Great.
Yep, it was exciting.
I just want to thank you for all the work you do. One of the things I've noticed is at least outreach to all parents and guardians in town, not just special ed parents and guardians. It seems to some of the events that I've been to, it's probably still mostly parents of special ed students and guardians. But to what extent do you see the greater community coming in? And to follow up, the more the greater community comes in, the more appreciation there will be of the work that's being done, and the more it'll actually help all learners, not just special education learners. So I don't know what, I see some of the goals for 2020 would seem to be going in that direction.
Yeah,
Do you see it working that way?
Yeah, I think you've articulated exactly what one of our goals is to find opportunities to embrace and include more people outside of just our special parents who are involved in special education, absolutely. I do see that as a possibility. I think we even tried, to pitch a couple of our events, the anti-bullying law, was specifically, with respect to developing IEPs, but I thought would be of interest, to the greater community, and so we certainly advertised it as such. But I think, we'd like to try to do a bit more of that in developing those opportunities to include more stakeholders.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stacey.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ellen, can you hit the lights?
All right, so we have a couple of gifts that are being presented. Let's see what, if I can find the page.
Page 27.
27. Okay, so the first one involves Morocco School. Is that something you could
I'd be happy
tell us
to,
about, Ellen or Judy?
Okay.
Either one?
You have it open? Yeah, go ahead and you can present it. Thanks.
So the Morocco, the Wynn family would like to generously donate items to the teachers' room. These items include a new white stove, a vanity, and a set of new maple cabinets with counter and upper and lower, to include upper and lower cabinets. We have had discussions with Pete Lawson at DPW regarding the work that would need to be done for installation of this. I would like to recommend the school committee accept the gift with the condition that if the installation does result in additional costs, that that those be discussed with the group that making the
And I had a quick question, which is, have you seen these items, and is Pete okay with the condition?
The building principal, Mrs. West, and Mr. Lawson have had a great deal of conversation regarding this via email as well as in person. So I do believe that Mr. Lawson was okay with the donations.
Okay.
And Ellen, can you just clarify again, you made the comment about costs? Or?
At this juncture, I don't foresee there being any additional costs, but I just want to make sure that, as we've done in the past with any type of installation that would involve, installation of any type of
electrical work,
additional product, that if it did result in something that DPW could not obviously take
Anticipate. Okay, because DPW is going to do the work, is
Right.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, it's just for any unanticipated costs.
These are all new?
Yes.
So I'm happy to wing a motion
Okay.
to vote to accept with gratitude the gifts for the Morocco Teachers Room from the Wynn family as presented, with the understanding that any costs beyond those anticipated by DPW will be brought back to the attention of the school committee.
Yes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
And then for Vincent Owen School, there's a proposed gift of a buddy bench, which is always a great idea, so.
And acknowledging that this came from a actual student.
A student, yes.
Which, when we talk about building kindness in our district, this is a beautiful example of.
Yeah, they saw another school had one and thought, we should have one, so.
Read the letter. It's not that long.
Yeah. I can't do it.
Oh, okay. This letter, I did read it. It's sweet. It
It's
said,
good.
Dear Dr. Evans, I'm writing to you about the VO Buddy Bench. Last summer, I biked to Ambrose and I came across their buddy bench and thought, our school needs a buddy bench too. I see plenty of kids at recess who have nobody to play with. If the person has a friend or someone to talk to, he or she would be grateful and realize they were not alone. When I got home that day from Ambrose, I told my mom about the buddy bench. Then we got online and looked up buddy benches, and we came up with a lot of results. On the following pages include the bench that we would like at VO, as well as the estimate with a total cost of $1,005.50. The VO class of 2017 has made a gift of $427.38 towards the bench, and a gift from a VO family will cover the remaining balance of $578.12. The Department of Public Works has agreed to install the bench when it arrives. I hope that after reading this, you and the school committee all agree that we should have a buddy bench, because having a buddy bench at VO will hopefully make more kids become better people. Sincerely, Scarlett Chan McCrae.
Nice job,
Fourth
Scarlett.
grade.
Nice job,
So,
Scarlett.
Yeah.
yes, lovely letter.
So I'd be happy to vote, make a motion that we accept with gratitude the gift of a buddy bench for the VO Elementary School as presented, with funding from the VO class of 2017 and an unnamed donor for the remaining balance. That's very thoughtful.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And then we have the McCall and high school handbooks. I guess we have McCall first. And I guess the main item that we're looking at is, as some of the public comment indicated, the personal appearance policy. I think the way we left this was that Judy was going to work with George on some edits, and those are in the packet. And Judy, you want to talk about those?
Be happy to. So after having heard from suggestions from the public and from school committee last time, George felt comfortable making changes to the draft. So if you look to page 35 in your book, the italicized section under draft submitted for school committee meeting on June 5th. The first paragraph includes the selection that is actually the statement that people wanted us to make around ensuring that we have a safe, inclusive, and welcoming school environment with equal opportunity and treatment for all, and lists all the various categories. The only one that we did not include was military, because we don't believe that any of our middle school students are members of the military. So we left that one out.
Okay.
This is only in relation to personal appearance, obviously. We also deleted students and parent guardians are asked to determine how the student will dress according to our personal appearance policy, et cetera. So that section was deleted. And the second page of the changes on page 36, hats and hoods should not be worn in the building, was as a point of clarification, as was suggested. The students and parent guardians are asked to determine how the student will dress according to our personal appearance policy. This policy applies to the school day and all school-sponsored events. This policy will be reviewed annually with staff members. All questions of personal appearance are under the discretion of the administration, who will make every effort to respect the dignity of students. So we've heard a couple of suggestions tonight, and I think some of us are more comfortable making the personal appearance policy very non-specific in terms of what can and can't be worn, particularly in reference to covering body parts and being very specific there. And I'm inclined to support moving in that direction. However, I have some concerns about undermining the process that the school council has engaged in, which was a pretty strenuous discussion of this, and moving too quickly to change what was a long-established kind of descriptor in the policy that was carefully crafted to take out the gender-specific piece to it. I think we've made good strides, but I think with James, Lynn, and Terry Sheehan, the new assistant principal coming in, I think it's important to let them work with this new handbook and get feedback from students and parents and teachers, and then come back next year and perhaps move more in the direction of taking out the references to very specific, torso must be covered and that sort of thing. Because having a very non-specific policy could lead to some confusion with 2 new administrators coming in, teachers still operating under the old standard and so forth. So I guess I'm a little more cautious about going all the way to the place that is probably the most non-specific middle school personal appearance policy that I would.
Excuse me, thank you.
The other piece I think that's important to recognize is we've heard a couple of people, especially Aiden, spoke very articulately to being sensitive to when we're addressing issues of student personal appearance, the impact that any comment about a student's personal appearance may have on that student, and the concern that administrators would do so without sensitivity and without engaging the parents in the discussion. So I think the vast majority of student dress code violations will be in relation to kids forgetting to take off their hats or hoods. And so if we have a blanket every time a student is spoken to, you could really put an undue burden on the administrators around that. If you walk around and you forgot you have a hat on, and I say, you don't even say it, you just do this, and then the student takes his hat off, you've corrected a dress code policy. And so I think what I would, my preference would be for me to meet with the administrative team at the middle school and be sure that I emphasize that I think it's important that if anybody is spoken to about, around personal appearance, that the parents need to be brought in, and set that as my expectation for the administrators, as opposed to embedding it in the policy. I don't think anywhere else in any of the other handbook description of sort of how we're going to handle issues like this does it talk about accountability for the administrators. And I think it will be important for me to stay on top of this throughout the year and see. I would expect very few conversations to happen about personal appearance. It's my preference unless it really is necessary, and as Aiden pointed out, sometimes it is necessary that we err on the side of letting kids and parents make decisions about what they're going to wear to school. And that's sort of that's where I'm on the spectrum of it. And so I'd rather you gave me a chance to work with the new administrative team rather than putting that in the handbook. Because I think it just sets up kind of an expectation that says we don't trust our administrators to appropriately interact with parents. And so
Say that again, we don't trust them to what?
Appropriately interact with parents when it's necessary. And so I think it's my job to hold them accountable for doing so. So that's just my personal feelings on it. Certainly you can weigh in on, I'm sure there's a range of how people feel about this and how non-specific we can make it. I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that we have a lot of very competent, dedicated middle school educators who all want to be on the same page around this. And I don't want to inadvertently undermine their efforts to address these questions. So it's a complicated issue.
So, I can go first. I think we need to be a lot less. Sorry, the word, I lost it. I think we need to be a lot less restrictive and come back to the table if we need to add things. So I'm not sure how to do this because this is coming in a handbook format, but I do have language I would like to propose instead of what's in here. And I was very clear last time that I absolutely don't think we need to be outlining the parts of the body. It just bothers me. So I took out, I mean, this is just about what you're wearing. And so I'm sorry to the public comments, but I don't think that it needs to be so wordy and so lofty in terms of the human rights statement. That is just part of our general policy. So my proposal is that we take out those first two paragraphs and we start with personal appearance policy. Personal attire should not be destructive to school property, should comply with health and safety requirements, and should not substantially disrupt the school environment. The next few sentences I would take out, and the sentence I would keep in is, in addition, clothing depicting references to alcohol, drugs, sex, tobacco, smoking products, profanity, violence, hate groups, other harassing categories, or evidencing inappropriate or discriminatory language or visual references is prohibited. Take out the sentence following that and keep this policy applies to the school day and all school-sponsored events. This policy will be reviewed annually with staff members. Take out the final sentence and in its place state, if a student is in violation of this policy, the student will not be removed from class time unless the violation creates an imminent health and safety concern. Additionally, parents/guardians will be notified on the same day as the violation. Now, what I've done with this is limited most of what we are now coding children on. We are only concerned with things that are very disruptive. So, bra straps, flip-flops, I mean, these kids know what their school day entails. And so their parents are approving the clothes by purchasing them and letting them walk out the door. I don't think we need to be so militant about what our kids are wearing. I think it's an expression, self-expression for them. They're trying things out. As Aiden eloquently pointed out, this is a different time. We don't need to be dictating so much. And because it is so limited to the more extreme content of what violations are,
if there is a violation, it's serious enough that the parent will be called, because everything else is taken out. So that is what I propose, but I'm not sure if it's a motion or
Move it.
Or-
If you want to.
Well,
If you want to.
If,
If
can
that's what you want
can
to.
I jump in
why
on
don't-
this just for a second?
I'd rather we have a little more of a discussion,
Yeah.
give everybody a chance to talk, and then.
So handbooks are approved. So this is one of the things that makes discussing handbooks difficult, because the handbooks are discussed and proposed by the school council. And then portions of the handbook that relate to rules and regulations or philosophy, school committee can come back and ask to make changes. But I think it's a little bit of a slippery slope for us to wordsmith a handbook. My suggestion would be to go back to the school council if people have strong opinions, and work through the school council and the principal next year to make major changes to the handbook. Because if it's the school committee's handbook and the school committee is wordsmithing it, I think that there are lots of things that frankly both I and you would probably change in terms of wording, cleaning up the handbooks, particularly the high school handbook. And we don't want to exclude the people who have to enforce these practices from the discussion by us imposing words on them. So I think it's a dangerous thing for us to do that kind of process. I would rather you say to the school council, this is still too restrictive, we'd like you to go back and come back with another draft and have a dialogue. Because the people we're asking to enforce this are not in this room, and I think it's difficult for us to take on the task, as much as I'd like to, of wordsmithing or changing the handbooks. It hasn't been our practice in the past. And so I think we are pushing back on things appropriately after reflection that we would in the past not even have looked at in detail, because it was just the way we'd always done it.
Right.
So I think it's school committee's job to ask hard questions and say, you think you need to take another look at this, because this doesn't reflect the reality of today. This doesn't reflect what the students are looking for. But I think it's more appropriate to send it back to students and teachers and administrators to develop the draft for us. So that's just my personal opinion.
We did do that last time. We asked George to do that.
And it sounds like you're not satisfied, and it may be the whole school committee's not satisfied, but I don't think we should change the handbook here. As much as I'd like to, I don't change the handbook, because it's a handbook developed by staff. I think we have to respect the process that's used to develop the handbook personally. I'm just out and giving some guidance to you. Because I think if we start setting the expectation that when the handbooks come, we're going to wordsmith them, then we're leaving out a lot of people out of the discussion. So
Can I ask a process question that might help? So I know this came up right at the end of the school year this year, and that the school council did spend a good deal of time working on this. Does the handbook change have to sit for an entire other year? If we send it back to school council and they make it their first priority in the fall, could we update a personal appearance policy mid-year?
I think that you could update school rules at any point that.
Because I think some of the pushback is the notion of waiting an entire other year till next spring to making some of these changes that the school council may have gotten feedback from us and made changes had it not come so close to the end of the school year.
I think it's important to allow for a new school council to be established, for them to have a meeting or two, to have James work with this with the staff.
Right.
So it might be halfway through the year or something,
Right.
rather than all the way to May. In many districts, the middle school handbook doesn't ever even get addressed by the school committee, it's just the high school handbook. And so I think the sentiment behind asking this to change is totally a student-centered philosophy. And I applaud it. I don't disagree. I would make many of the changes you suggested, but the pushback that I've received is that not all of the teachers are ready to go to that level of non-specificity and are looking for a little bit of an interim to sort of try it out and then move to something less specific.
Would we be able to pull out the dress code from all handbooks and just make it a school district-wide policy?
I don't think the same standards apply at all grade levels.
Yeah.
So that's the hard part, to have a K-12 policy. You could have sections of a K-12 policy. I think in general, the policy subcommittee could consider this and talk about the importance of allowing self-expression, the importance of respecting the individual, the recognition that dress is an expression of both choice and also sometimes religious affiliation,
Right.
that dress that offends others with, you know, the symbols that we've sort of outlined here. I think you could have a general statement like that, but the enforcement of a dress expectation is really a building-based decision. And having been a building administrator, I think the fear that the administrators and the teachers have is if you make it completely non-specific, that kids are going to try to push the envelope in a way that's going to be just more disruptive than leaving some of it in place. May or may not be a legitimate fear. For instance, the version you suggested didn't talk about hats and hoods. Obviously, hats and hoods associated with religious affiliation are always allowed. But we talked about why we don't want kids to wear hats. It's for social emotional, and hoods. It's for social emotional reasons to not. It's the same reason you don't let kids wear sunglasses or masks, to try to ensure that there's human interaction. So I'm just trying to be cautious. And I think we'll land in the place we all want to land. I think it's just going to take us a little bit of a process, and I'm a little concerned with 2 new administrators coming on, that we don't want to go too fast on this one.
Yep.
Yeah. I really liked what she wrote. I have 2 major concerns about this policy as it is right now. One is it does not outline enforcement of contacting the parents of some way. I think that has to be in here.
Yes.
And the second part of that is, without that, we have no data collection. If somebody calls and talks to a parent, there's going to be some way of keeping track of this. If there were a way to, on the interim, keep this policy as been proposed and vote on it, and somehow actually collect data so that next year when we're looking at it, we can say there were 37 dress code violations, 22 were girls, 18 were for hat. I don't know what we want, but without that, then I feel like it's going to take place in a bubble where we won't know, the parents won't know, and we'll come back next year and there will be, students will come in and say, yeah, we changed the policy, but nothing's changed on the ground.
Right.
And we won't have any data to refute it or support it or anything. So unless there's a way to collect data, I feel like we either have to contact the parents, collect data, or both. And those are my 2 major concerns.
Yeah, everything's always more complicated. It's not a disciplinary infraction. We don't collect data on it because we don't want on a student's record something to say dress code violation, even though there's no disciplinary consequence. And so we could add a field, make it a disciplinary consequence, and then have the administrator indicate whether or not a call was made to parents, whether the parents were reached. I think we're unnecessarily complicating this for something that is a small number of students who might be asked to change their T-shirts. And I know that the new administrative team will do whatever we ask them to do. But it's, again, we have a new administrative team coming in. I think we're being overly restrictive in how we're asking them to implement this. I understand your concern, Brian. But I think the putting into the handbook is, again, saying that we're not trusting our administrators to use appropriate judgment with this, and I think that's not a signal I would like to see. So that's just my opinion.
I'm dying to say something, but Brian is twitching because he has to complete a thought.
I meant collection of data in aggregate. I don't need to have it go into somebody's personal record that they had this, but if I could picture a chart kept in the principal's office where we somehow keep track of how many times this takes place, so that when somebody comes here next year, we can say, yeah, this happened 12 times in the year. This is not a problem. This happened 52. I just have no idea of those numbers. So I don't know if this is going to improve things or not. So I don't necessarily mean, in fact, I specifically did not mean that we would put it into somebody's permanent record that when they go to college, it's like, you know, you have.
No,
dress
I'm not
code.
suggesting that. I'm just saying the vehicle, we don't have a
Okay.
good vehicle
Yeah,
for doing it.
I don't know what that would be.
Yeah, 3 administrators.
With all the technology that we finally have.
Aspen.
Right, but you'd have to
Somewhere.
associate it with kids. You have to associate, you have to make a student record. Jen, you look like you're dying to talk about this.
No, I was just gonna say it's.
No, I'm
it's-
not.
No, I'm definitely not. Let me be clear. I have enough. But we want to be careful of putting those things in Aspen. There is an area to do that, but that's like a state recording discipline, and
Yeah.
it feeds that data.
Oh,
so
interesting.
yeah, we definitely don't want to make it a state reportable offense.
No, that's what I'm getting at. Is there some other vehicle that but I guess you're not giving me any hint that there might be.
Well,
and
we can
a
certainly
data
do
would
that.
be good.
We can certainly do that. It's just going to be more cumbersome than you might think with 3 different administrators, 2 of whom are new to us.
Yeah.
And I don't want to present data that's not accurate.
Yeah.
And so I think it is important to collect data about this. But I'm asking you to trust me that I'll work with the administrative team and that we'll collect data on it. And that will come back to you after the school council has become established and they can discuss this and get teacher feedback. The perception of the current administrators is that teachers are going to feel very unsettled already by this change in policy. And we just want to clearly define roles and responsibilities around this, that's all.
I think Chris has something to contribute.
So at our last school committee meeting, which went late, my daughter was on the ice in a town 20 miles away. And while they were at the center of the ice, one girl observed that there was a hole in her sock and her knee pad was showing, and there then sparked on in the middle of the ice a conversation about how that might be distracting. And they were making an analogy. These are girls from 5 different school districts. These are not Winchester, all Winchester kids. And it continued into the locker room and it continued into the car on the way home. And it was interesting to me how my daughter's message to me was not just us. It's it's happening everywhere at this age. So that was sort of a telling moment. It registered with me. So I guess I'm the 4th member of the school committee to say I think the reporting piece is important. I think the most interesting thing I've heard you say, Judy, though, and it reminds me of the importance of communication, particularly communicating intent when we do or anything, is that I certainly I don't think our intention would be to suggest that we don't trust our administrators to have appropriate conversations with parents. That's not what it's about. It's just to ensure that, to Zena and Brian's point, we're capturing the number of infractions. We want to be sure that there is some reporting back in some measure. It's not because I don't trust that it would happen or I don't trust that it would happen appropriately. I think that record is really important. It could be a very simple line, parents and I think I was trying to write quickly as Zena was talking, but parents and guardians will be notified of any violations. Do you want to say except for hats and hoods? I don't know. I mean, I can imagine in a hallway a principal says, take the hat off. I think that's kind of what you're speaking
Right.
to. And I do appreciate, by the way, the points that you and George have made around the hats and hoods. So I don't know that I want to strip that out. But I do feel, I think as strongly as Michelle and Zena and Brian do, some language that requires some sort of contact to the parent is actually essential. But I don't feel terribly strongly about what that should say. I would defer to you maybe on what that language could be if you think it could be a little different than what Zena proposed. But the last piece I would just say in terms of practice and policy is that while I appreciate that the school council kind of took this on, school councils exist to create school improvement plans, to make recommendations on the budget. I am not aware of any legislative mandate for school councils to develop handbooks. I think it's good practice. I mean, I may be wrong about that. I think it is good that they're engaged by principals on some elements. I know for years the school council at the high school did not participate in any drafts of the handbook. The principal did that with the other administrators and brought it forward. I think Judy made a comment tonight I totally agree with, which is, let me just back up and say, so when we vote handbooks, we're basically creating policy. Our council has told us that, and they are our handbooks to approve. But we always do it with the advice and counsel of the building-based administrators. So another point Judy made tonight, which I would really agree with, is I would be reluctant to make major changes without some representation at the table. But I also feel like with those folks here at the last meeting, we talked about the importance of some sort of notification. So I don't think that would come as a total surprise. And as I said, I don't have any specific expectation about how that would be worded, but I think that that's important. I think Brian eloquently talked about why and to have it in the aggregate.
And I think the thing that we're missing on the notification too is something that Aiden brought up, which is the administration is making an assumption that this doesn't happen very often, that it's not, yet that is clearly not the experience that the student body is perpetuating.
It's not the perception of the student body.
Right.
Or some members of the student body.
Right. So, and that came up both in the school council meetings as well. And I think that as Karen Caputo gracefully put when she was here, that the policy is only as good as what's written on paper. It's how the culture changes around it as well. And sometimes you need stepping stones to make sure that culture does change. But I think mostly what the parents and the kids are most concerned about is that they're sort of notified in a timely manner when the violations would actually remove a student from class or ask them to change their clothes. Things that are significant enough to impact. I think if a child's walking down the hall and their hat's taken off, that's not what the kids are talking about. But there is this sort of culture and perception, whether it has built based on reality of things that have happened in the past, and maybe that's going away. But maybe a small parent notification for these extreme outlier situations where, if you are removed from class to be talked about, or if you're asked to change your clothes, then parents are notified. You can leave it. And to your point, to respect the administrators that are there in a timely manner. That would give us some data, because then the parents are going to be notified, so we would certainly hear, I am sure, from parents if they're getting many phone calls home or emails home about their children not being in dress code. And it would sort of provide that bridge between the old dress code and this new one that we're proposing.
Yeah, if I can just echo, I was kind of trying to think of what the middle ground would be between no notification and some, and if it's something serious enough that the student was, asked to come out of class and or had to change, that would be something that we would expect.
We would want to know too.
Administrators to tell the parent, and some data would also counter any kind of misperception or urban myths that
Right.
are growing up. So. I have to think that can't be that difficult to do.
And if it's not happening, then I don't think it's an onerous request on the administrators either.
Right.
Right.
Right, it's not that much. So, yeah.
I like the way you phrase that, to sort of be specific about
Right.
what kind of interaction would require notification, just to get rid of the whole hat thing, which I would expect does happen not infrequently.
I'm sure, because a kid wears a hat to school and doesn't remember to take it off, just like they don't remember to put their phone in the locker.
And I do, I do understand Judy's point about how this has kind of the redraft and the work product of, the
Many
student
hours.
council in the building. So if we're trying to shift the culture, this is part of the culture, and it's part of the way it's shifting, and we
Right.
should probably respect that and let that take its course. But we would
Is
want
that
to.
But we could
something-
revisit.
Is
We could
that, is
revisit.
that something
Back.
you think the administration could sort of live with, Judy, and without?
Yeah, I think if we had a
making that-
sentence saying that parents and guardians will be notified if
timely manner.
in a timely manner if students violate the personal appearance policy.
Or you could say, or removed from class, or have to change
Yeah, you
clothes.
could
Yeah, I think that's too specific, because I think a lot of times it's you're walking by, you see.
Well, that's what I was trying to eliminate, is every time a hat is taken off, a parent being called.
Yeah, but even administrators see things at lunch and just say, hey,
Right.
there's a marijuana leaf on that shirt, can you just go put your sweatshirt on? I think it's as, sometimes as quick as that, so, which is why the record keeping, I think, is going to be more difficult. But let me talk to James and see what he's done in his previous district. I think it's fair for you to ask for data. I think it's probably vastly exaggerated how often this happens.
Right.
we'd like it to be vastly exaggerated, because I
Right.
don't want those
That's
conversations
what
to be
we'd like.
happening.
But that's what
So-
the data could help support.
Right, so I think I can craft a sentence that George can put in, if you can all live with that. I mean, if we were to create this from scratch, I think we would have a different policy. But what we're trying to do is send the right signal and be
Yes.
respectful of the educators who have to enforce this.
So can you, just so we understand, if you're still looking for an action on
Yep,
this
I think we
tonight,
need a
can you
vote,
read
yeah.
with us, share with us what you've written so we know what we're approving?
Parents or guardians will be contacted in a timely manner regarding violations of the personal appearance policy.
You don't wanna limit it?
I don't, I think I'm gonna try to set the expectation with the new administrative team that anytime anyone is spoken to, except on a hat or hood,
Okay.
Yeah.
that will record keep about it and that they'll call the parents.
And my personal request is, could you convey to them, this is not an issue about us not trusting administrators to have proper, thoughtful conversations
Right.
with parents.
I know.
Our driver is something else.
Yeah, it's a
It's a culture change.
It's a more complicated issue, but sometimes the message people hear is different from what we intend, so I'm trying to
Yes.
navigate that for us all. Thanks.
Thank you.
So would you like a motion to approve the McCall Middle School Student Handbook as presented, including the revised personal appearance language and policy in the packet with the added sentence just shared by the superintendent?
I second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your thoughtful comments. too.
So
The next one is Winchester High School.
So this is another case where sometimes what's in the handbook does not match the practice. And so Dennis is trying to work with his folks to gradually move in the direction of having practice match expectations, match the handbook. And so what you see here are the changes he made after your last meeting. So if you're on, let's see, I don't know why my page numbers disappeared. The second page.
Something in the wrong order, so.
Okay. So the
After-
page that says revised exchange trip, field trip.
After page 39.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
With the grade scale on it.
So what he would like to do is to increase, at the request of the teachers, to increase teachers' advice to students about reviewing requests for field trip, and giving that student appropriate guidance, should the student have had many absences or be doing poorly in the class. That's the intent of the change. Not to let some rogue teacher say, no student is ever going on a field trip again because my class is too important. None of us would have done that as teachers, but we would have said, hey, you got a D right now, and if you want to boost that grade, I don't think you want to go on that art field trip to the Museum of Fine Arts on Tuesday because they have a big, review day that day, something. So that's a suggested change. And then on the next page, there's been an attempt to have a clarity around if you are absent notified, if a parent calls a student in as absent, then an absent notified is not considered a class cut and does not have disciplinary consequence. It's still unexcused for state reporting purposes, and it may result in difficulty with makeup still, which I think in practice is something I'd like them to look at, because if a parent is holding a student, it's not really the student's choice, and so I'd like them to revisit that. But I think in practice, people try to bend over backwards to meet kids' needs for the most part, and so I don't think it's an issue. So that's how far he is willing to move at this point. So I'm open to any other suggestions or questions or comment.
So just that paragraph you read, I think there's a typo there. That should be being instead of be. You saw that, right? The student may result in the student not being allowed.
Not being
Makeup,
allowed.
Just that's all.
Yeah. For an unexcused absence.
I think this helps.
It needs to go further. It's not as,
But we'll
it's really not as
see
clear
what
as
the
it needs to be.
actual confusions are, and see how it could be made better. I think this is better, and less confusing, and I'm thinking, let's try it and see what confusions actually crop up and how this might be improved. The thing that crossed my mind, just as a suggestion, is if there's some way for the parents to see what the state law says.
Yes.
Like a link.
We at least need to give them, if we don't have to reprint the whole section, fine,
But
but
I
at
don't know
least
if that exists in an intelligible form.
So the district, so this is really ironic, because the district attorney sends me a letter every year and says,
Is there
send this to
intelligible?
parents, because it talks about the importance of school attendance and what can happen to the parent if you don't send the child
Yeah.
to school. So, yeah, I think this is another one where I have mixed feelings, because the state has now instituted
Yeah.
an accountability system that double penalizes 20% of determining whether a school or a district is meeting expectations is based on attendance now. So they're trying to put in a non-achievement factor, and the non-achievement factor they selected was attendance. The reality is, for our high school students, poor attendance does not always go hand in hand with poor achievement. Lots of our students are doing very worthwhile things and missing substantial amounts of school. And so, so it's a
Yeah.
complex issue.
It is.
There's a letter, is there not, that used to come from the Attorney General's?
you
That's
talked
what I
about.
just said.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, it came directly to parents.
From me, from
Oh,
superintendent.
that was
It gets
mailed
sent to
from Central.
superintendents.
Okay, so I heard you were saying the district attorney sent you something. I
No,
thought.
she said,
I'm pretty sure it's I'm sure
It's Marion Ryan.
it's Marion
Yeah.
Ryan, it's the district attorney, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you said district, I thought
You thought
Winchester.
our
I thought you meant
district.
Liz.
Our district attorney, no,
no,
the
as in
district
the
attorney,
the.
as in
The.
Mary,
The
the great
Winchester
Mary
High
Ryan.
School.
Middlesex
The
district
district
attorney.
attorney.
Now
That
I'm
is
with
correct.
you. I'm
That is-
sorry, I was a little slow on the uptake. There
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah, I don't know if you had a link to, the state website with statutes on it, that's not gonna be helpful, so I don't.
Once upon
know.
a time, Susan, I think, do you remember when we were both Morocco parents? Wasn't there an excerpt that's like a one-pager from that office? I thought that was actually in the elementary handbook, like in the back of the handbook.
Is this one of those
Look
things,
into that, but I don't know.
is this one of those things where we communicate with people who have kids who are absent a lot and not penalize everybody else by sending a lot of paper when most of your kids, I think,
and confusing
your
an
kids
already
probably have perfect
confusing issue.
attendance except for
Maybe.
one or
One
two.
sick day.
Yeah, so, right.
Yep, maybe.
If I may just say one thing, the one sentence here, an AN is not considered a class cut.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else here, by adding that one sentence, I think we solved 99%
Yeah, yeah.
of the problems.
Yeah.
Because
Yes, I
before it
think
said
so.
AN is, and the whatever, it's
Right,
considered a
and it's the
class cut.
same,
Yeah,
and a class
that's true.
cut gets
And
this
then it has all
consequence.
these, so by adding that, now you say, I call in my kid because I took him to a play.
Mhm.
They're not gonna have a detention, they're not gonna have,
right.
have an office,
Right.
all,
Right.
they've got these other things, they might have to make up homework, the teacher might not help them,
Mhm.
Yeah.
which of course they will, but they might not.
Mhm.
But they will not be like,
Right.
calling truancy officer on them.
I think that addition was a good addition, I
Yeah.
think it was your suggestion,
Yeah.
so. Yeah, I'll change that to that.
Yep.
Can we live with this as
I think
is?
we can- well, I would be looking for a motion then.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We'll continue to work on all of them,
Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
So the lease was deferred, so that brings us to a reorganization, right? Am I
It
at
does.
that point?
Mhm.
So this is because we reorganized after the election, and the plan was to then, that was voted at the time, was to reorganize in June after the budget had been passed by town meeting,
Mhm.
so we're at that point. So I guess following the policy that we always do for reorganizations, Judy's gonna run that part of the meeting for the new chair, so.
So policy BDA, which is in your book,
Yep.
says that the majority of members of the school committee will constitute a quorum, and the election will proceed as follows. Nominations for the office of chairperson will be made from the floor. The chairperson will be elected by a majority roll call vote of the members present and voting. If no nominee receives a majority vote, the election will be declared null and vote, and nominations will be reopened. And then, once a chair has been selected, the new chairperson presides, or the old chairperson, if it doesn't change, calling for the election of a vice chairperson, and then it uses the same procedure. So, at this point, I will open nominations for the office of chairperson. And if there's more than one,
I think what we did last time is you vote on each nomination as it comes up.
as a separate nomination. So, would someone like to make a nomination for the office of chairperson? Brian?
I would like to nominate Mr. Nixon for chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Okay, so it being nominated that Mr. Nixon be named chair, we need a roll call vote.
Before we do that, can I
Mhm.
just
Is there discussion? Yeah.
We should.
Yes.
Yeah.
One thing I'm thinking about, in terms of timing of this new chair role is that Mr. Nixon's election, potential election for school committee would be in March.
Mhm.
At the same time as the potential override being on the ballot. So I was thinking, could we amend the motion to revisit this issue in January, like our first January meeting, in case you're having to run a campaign at the same time that we are potentially advocating for a budget operation override. So I would move to amend the motion that Brian made to appoint Chris as chair, to say that we will revisit this in January 1st in case a conflict with that election comes up. Does that make sense?
So that makes sense. BDA is pretty explicit that the offices are for a term of 1 year or until a successor is elected. And we strayed from this a little bit when, I think it was in Judy's second year. I was chair when we hired you, but then when you started.
For about 5 minutes.
Yeah, for about 5 minutes. It didn't last long. And Ms. Boney was chair, and so there was some discussion at the end of her term about, because Judy was new, we were also implementing the superintendent evaluation. There were a lot of things happening in the district that it might be helpful to have some continuity. And so we really kind of broke from practice there. And so she sort of continued, I guess, for half a year. Is that right, Susan? And then basically a year, but then 6 months. And then Susan picked up, but in other words, Cindy served a full term plus a half, and then Susan picked that up and then served a full term. You know, my thoughts would be, without tipping hats about candidates and running competitive races or not, you know, for future municipal elections, I think the operating override, somewhat unlike a lot of other really important things we've done, like, for instance, strategic visioning, which is something Cindy was really working hard when she was sitting in your seat. The McCall project is something I really sort of took on as the liaison for that. The operating override is, you know, the chair has specific roles and responsibilities, but it's not the chair's sort of singular responsibility. Like, we all have to we all have to be rowing together and working hard together on the operating override, not just as our own group, but the select board and other sort of boards and commissions, to the point that, and I think you may have even seen it in the handout that Susan has circulated about committee assignments. I think she's even, there's this potential for, was there some sort of communications? Yeah, communications, where is it? Operating override, communications. And Susan would like to be a part of that. It's something we all have to do together. So I don't see it necessarily as sort of the singular thing that the chair holds, if that makes sense.
I have a question. I actually think it's two of us having just come off a municipal election, which was pretty all-consuming recently. I'm not sure that it isn't a bad idea to at least consider the organization of the school committee at that time. Again, not tipping who may run or what may happen, who knows. But if, how do I say this delicately? What if it's a
Hotly contested election?
Hotly contested race, thank you. And then we have a second issue that's going on. If there is the issue of the override, a potential override.
I'm sorry, Brian.
That this body is spending a lot of time thinking about.
Yeah.
And at the same time, this body won't be spending much time thinking at all about municipal elections for current sitting school committee members. So I'm not sure if it should be in the motion that was made, but I think it's something that that we should revisit come January. And I don't know, I don't think that that needs to be part of that motion, because I think that the chair would be chair until there is a new chair.
Right, so I was going to suggest that policy subcommittee should look at this, because I understand the reasoning why the policy exists. Yay. To do the, to have an election, the meeting after, to have an election of a new chair, the meeting after the new committee is elected.
Right.
You could conceivably have 5 new members.
Right.
There could be some, or some people could drop off, or there could be all kinds of reasons. But I think Brian's right. What I was going to say is that once you're chair, you stay until a successor is elected. The expectation is a term of a year. I would say if you're going to come on as committee chair in following an election, that more than a year probably could work too. And so I think we have the capacity for anyone at any time to say, I'd like to call for an election of a new chair for the following reason. And if you get the majority of the committee to say, yes, we'd like to consider a new chair, then you have that opportunity.
I just wanted to put it out on the table that it's not a personal thing. It's not because, it's because of this override vote being at the same time of, you being on ballot potentially. It's just, it becomes a balancing act for you, that it's about that objectively, not a subjective.
No, I appreciate that. I think the other piece that's sort of missing is, although she's so organized, maybe she already has it in her head, but Mary Ellen, of course, develops that municipal calendar. That includes important dates like pulling papers, when papers are due. So I would just be reluctant about setting anything stone about a January date, because then we might be telegraphing something in terms of municipal races that's unintended. So maybe when that comes out, then it'll be clearer if we should have that conversation, when we're having that conversation. It may be a February conversation. I don't know. It just depends upon kind of what her calendar looks like, but I appreciate that you clarified that.
If the chair is up for re-election, the chair would serve less than a year if the chair didn't get re-elected, whoever that chair would be. So.
Well, and I think the point is to have a well-functioning committee and be able to achieve the goals that we have for, in the best interest of the district. And I think all of us are very aware of that and respect that.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
As a newbie, has there been a recent, in your recent recollection, a chair who was chair during an election year, who potentially could have been unseated during the election? I'm trying to think. Seems like it's not been the case that I can remember going back a long time.
Yeah, I don't really know.
Or running a campaign at the same year.
My campaign unseated the vice chair.
The vice chair.
I mean, anything is
Anything's
conceivable. Yeah.
Right.
So.
Is there any more discussion on the nomination of Mr. Nixon for chair? We ready to vote? Do we need a roll call vote? We'll start with Zena. Aye.
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 Okay, Mr. Nixon, congratulations. At this point, I'll turn the meeting to Mr. Nixon, and he can talk about the vice chair position.
So I'm just going to follow the same procedure and open it up for nominations for vice chair. The chair, I believe, can make a nomination, but I will refrain from doing that and turn it over to others first. Brian?
I would like to nominate Ms. Bergstrom for vice chair.
Any other nominations for vice chair? Is there a second?
Second. No.
Any discussion?
She'd be great.
I second that. All in favor?
Actually, I
Yes.
have one other thing that I'd like to add, and that is it's important for someone who is in the vice chair role and relatively new to the committee, although you're almost
I'm
a
an old
senior.
hat.
You're an old hat. You've been here a whole year. It's really important that that person having meaningful opportunity to participate and be, in on meetings and things and see what the role of the chair is like in terms of, you know, planning agendas, and even, I think Cindy at one point had me run a meeting, you know, just to get some practice. It's an apprenticeship. And I just want to make sure.
You're gonna regret that.
I just want, you know, us all, again, in the interest of being a well-functioning committee.
Just so he knows what he's responsible for.
That new people are good, and, you know, it's, we all recognize that it's gonna be really, important that, the vice chair participate and, have some responsibility.
Well said.
That's all I have to say. End of
Thank you.
So, I believe we need a roll call vote for this position as well. Is that right?
Mhm.
So can I start with you, Zena?
Aye.
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 Okay, congratulations.
Thank you. You too.
So,
Before we move on, could I just, Mr. Chair,
yes?
could I just express my deep appreciation for Susan's leadership?
Oh my gosh, yes.
And in her role as chair, in what was an incredibly difficult year with lots of budget challenges and the school start time, thoughtful work, the building project, the many presentations at town meeting. I think she's done an exemplary job, and I've so enjoyed working with her as chair, and I just wanted to thank her publicly.
That's very nice.
So in fact, along those lines, that was going to be my comment under chair report. By my count, Susan has led over 48 school committee meetings as chair. You have spent nearly 200 hours at the table in front of the cameras, and knowing how much time you take talking to people on the phone, various boards and commissions, I would not be surprised if you clocked in well over 750 hours and maybe even more. I mean, that's going to bring tears to your eyes.
I don't know if I want to know that statistic.
It is a really heavy lift to be chair, because you're spending time with, first of all, you spend a lot of time with the superintendent, which is which is really important. And then you're sort of this resource for school committee members. But any member of the community that has a question, what do we always say is you go to the chair. So, and I know you've handled many questions and complaints deftly and thoughtfully. And Michelle, to Susan's point, I really appreciate that she's kind of really welcomed me in a lot of really important conversations over the past year and a half. That is always important. So then as the vice chair, you kind of have a sense of what's going on, and you kind of have a collective memory. So I look forward to continuing that tradition with you as well. So Susan, thank you very much. You were in this for a long time.
Yeah.
Well, now that I hear those numbers, it's like.
Should at least get a certificate.
Where's your check?
Yeah, I'll expect
What's your highly compensated?
I'll expect a bonus, yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's always
I was gonna say, I'll take you out to dinner. How's that?
Okay. Well, we should do something social,
Yeah.
all of us.
Anyway, thank you very much, Susan, quite a bit. Judy, you are next under superintendent report.
So, I wanted to give you, first of all, I just want to congratulate the graduating seniors. The speakers at graduation were very thoughtful. Susan represented the school committee. Dennis actually printed in his notice to parents the speeches themselves. If you didn't have a chance, please take a look at them. They all shared a similar theme of focus on character, kindness, service to others, and I thought that was very gratifying, particularly given our work on the vision. So very proud of the graduates. We'll miss the class of 2018. And I want to commend the high school team, the high school teachers, for making the senior week and graduation a very enjoyable experience for the students. It takes a ton of work behind the scenes to make that happen, and a lot of patience. And so they make it look easy, but they indeed are exhausted. And so I commend them for that. I asked Ellen to give a brief update on the status of the Skillings Field project for you. I thought you might want to hear where we are with that, and also Manchester Field. And so she's just going to share a few details with you.
Sure. The select board and the school committee accepted the gift of installation and lights for Knowlton and Manchester Fields. The work will be performed by Nardone Electric, and work will commence on June 25th. Nardone has coordinated with the current McCall Phase 1 contractor for laydown space, and the Meg White's office will continue to coordinate and review the building penetrations for the electric conduit. Work is expected to be completed by mid-August. And the update on Cha-Cha and Field as well as Skilling's Field, the change order for the lights has been approved and the lights have been ordered. The town is, Meg White's office is meeting with Eversource today to review getting power to the lights. The lights are expected to be installed in late August. The turf field will be substantially completed in 2 weeks. And the sod fields are installed and will be off limits for use until the fall. The remainder of the fields will be fine graded and reseeded in the fall.
Did they happen to mention how they would keep people from publicly using the sod through the fall?
That's what I was gonna ask. You mean keeping people off while the
Keeping
grass
people off while the
grows?
grass grows,
Yeah,
because
they won't permit any use of the field.
I understand,
But she's
but
saying for people who just either don't care.
are they
Yeah, I
gonna,
don't know if the
are they gonna
construction
tape
census
it
will
off,
stay up.
or?
I'm assuming it's going to be difficult because I assume the turf fields will be used without
Right.
lights,
That's my concern.
but I don't,
Yeah.
but I don't know. So that's a good question. We'll follow up and ask that.
My memory is didn't we sod Manchester Field inside the track? I'm looking for someone. We did, didn't we? Wasn't there was some barrier that was put up?
That's like,
There
I'm
was
thinking
something
stakes with twine or rope, yeah.
I mean, it wasn't pretty, but it worked.
Right, exactly, it's just a visual reminder.
Organized groups off.
Yeah.
2 kids went out and ran on it, probably
Yeah.
the same as having 30 kids run out
Right.
on it.
I mean, the nice part is it has the irrigation system installed, so that'll keep it robust and.
So it will get watered.
It'll get watered and the grass will grow well, so. But that's a good follow-up question. Any other follow-up questions on either of the fields?
I just have a related building project question, either for you or Ellen or Susan. Any really high-level summary stuff you can tell us about, like McCall Phase 1, schedule, budget, and how are we doing on design stuff for Phase 2 with Flansburgh?
Sure. I don't know, you wanna do it?
I think Judy has that.
So last week I toured with George the 3 new classrooms. They're coming along nicely. There's a little bit of a delay on some parts that go into the outdoor area in between the 2 wings. But I expect to have all the interior work done, well before school starts. The EFPBC is meeting regularly with Vince around Phase 2. Reviewed some designs for Phase 2 at the last meeting. And they were drilling to take some samples last week.
Like for soil characterization and so forth?
Over by the new addition.
Great.
So right now, everything looks to be on budget. It looks like Phase 1, we've identified a few small items that will result in some cost savings. So no major surprises, I guess, so far in Phase 1. And the exterior courtyard and the connector might have a little delay based on a flood at a plant that makes the roof pieces. But they're seeking an alternate vendor, so.
Oh, the roof for the connector.
For the connector, yeah. So, but my main concern is the interior classes and making sure that they are completed, because we have assigned teachers and classes to those rooms.
And so, but am I right, there will be some excavation required for foundation? Any of that heavy work is still scheduled to happen this summer, so all
The
heavy
excavation
stuff-
has already happened. I think the courtyard is completely under mounds of dirt, even as we speak.
Brian, you had a
I
question?
believe we'll have access in the fall, even if we don't have these roof pieces, we still have access.
Yeah.
Because the only access is through that connector.
Right.
So.
Or down the gym wing, behind the gym, down the stairs. It would be
Right.
clumsy and not accessible
Not
until we get the
accessible.
connect, but
So
Right,
we don't have
I
it
expect the
finished,
connector will be in, but the roof pieces may not be fully installed, that's all.
but we'll be able to,
Some kind
we'll
of-
be able to get through there.
Some kind of temporary thing.
Yeah, we'll make sure they can
So
get
let's
back
not
and forth.
umbrellas to go back and forth.
Let's
It's
not
one
panic
team,
yet.
so it's.
They won't melt.
Students who are down there are all on one team anyway, so once they're down there, they can move around. It's not like kids are going down for one class.
Right.
It's a whole team.
Great.
And the last thing that I wanted to, in the interest of, Jenna's inspired me, in the interest of showing that the administrative team, we're all continuous learners, I just took a course that I would recommend from the DESE. That's an online course called Foundations for Inclusive Practice. They have one for teachers and one for administrators. I took the administrator course. It was a 15-hour course. It was pretty robust. It had a lot of videos, interactive activities. I think there were 1,400 other people taking the course at the same time. Posting to Padlet, there were opportunities to interact with other people. And the nice thing about the course is it wasn't just focused on special education, it was focused on positive behavioral interventions and support, PBIS, social emotional learning, and universal design for learning. So as online courses get better, it's a good opportunity for those of us who need a refresher or want to pick up some best practice, because all of the related research articles are more up to date than they were when I took courses in special education. So just wanted to let you know that I had done that, and I appreciated doing it. And that's all I have for chair report.
So next up is future agenda items. Judy has FY18 budget transfers on the list. I had one in my mind, which was talking again about closing that gap for FY19. So we still have that $85,000 gap. You know, every week that goes by, we know a little more about enrollment, I suppose. It would be helpful, I think, I know, Judy, you were saying we might wait till the fall. I feel like it might be more helpful if we try to get that done in the summer, just in case there's some decisions we need to be making.
Sure.
And, you know, we've talked also about having a workshop. That's more like a freestanding school committee meeting. So we should
During the summer?
talk more.
Yes.
Yep, during the summer, we should talk more about that. Any other agenda items people have on their mind they want to throw out?
Love to have a continuing enrollment update in the number of classes, because we're currently at the elementary level
110, which is what was budgeted, yeah.
Which is what was budgeted, so in my mind, I would like to be following that along closely, so that if we find ourselves somewhere other than 110 come September 1.
Right, sure do, will do.
Yeah, that you can anticipate it, that's what you're saying? Yeah.
Well, we have, I think, we have school committee meetings scheduled in the summer, regular meetings,
we
so
do.
we can, I'll do a monthly budget update
That'd be great.
at those, yeah.
So that's a good, I'm sorry.
I'd actually suggest that, I'm not sure how many years it's been that how far we are in our technology plan. I think it was right after you started, Jen, that we were kind of finalizing that. I think I remember meeting in that room over there.
Yes, many times.
Yeah, with people's laptops plugged into various odd outlets.
The 2 outlets we have.
Yeah, it was like a booth cartoon. So I'm thinking it's probably time, maybe not, you know, in the next 2 meetings, but to start thinking about looking at our technology plan and what, you know, what kind of resources we need to sustain it as we look at this operating override, because it's been, you know, it's been almost 5 years.
Sure, that's good.
Can I suggest we take the summer, tackle that in the fall after the administrative team has had a chance to talk about the technology plan update? And get some feedback from the new people.
Could I also request an update on school start time initiatives, perhaps at the next meeting? Some of the promises that we'd made to the community.
And you've had the wraparound surveys that were out. I took it, just so you know. I did.
If you're not gonna use it, it's no help.
I did not take it.
Thank you for not.
I did take it.
Thank you. Still small numbers, but we'll have something up within the next week or 2.
Well, I'm glad Michelle brought that up, because it also, you know, you made the comment at the meeting when we voted, there were still some things around athletics we needed to kind of work on and figure out, and I'm sure Mark has a short list of things he's trying to figure out, whether there's a cost for it or not, just logistically, how do some things work would maybe be good to understand.
Sure.
So, and then if I segue to meeting, so our next meeting date is June 19th, but broadly on the subject of meetings, I know there's a grid out there Susan had developed with us and with Frida that you've already circulated. I think some of us have a interest and or willingness to meet like during the day, if there are maybe some focused topics, particularly if that kind of keeps us fresh and focused on certain topics. So if that's something people are willing to consider during the summer, we could talk about that. I say this a little bit hesitantly because I know you guys are also busy here during the day doing other important stuff during the summer.
Yeah, no, it was funny. We were just talking about that today, that we could do some things during the day.
Yeah.
Particularly in the summer meetings.
Yeah.
So that's certainly something I'm interested in and happy to support. So I will, Judy, talk to you more about that and maybe go back to the grid. I agree with Brian's point at the last meeting. A lot of us are just kind of moving around a lot this summer, so there may be some dates where we don't have the full committee. We might want to go back and look at that.
Well, I think we
And if we're
asked
gonna change
people to
dates, we need to
identify when they're
post.
not gonna be around. I don't know if everybody did that, but, or if it changed, so maybe we need to
Right.
revisit
Or
that.
maybe when we did that, we had partial information and now we
Partial
have better
information,
information. So that would be good.
I think Frida was collecting that information.
On the shared drive.
Okay.
What's that, Frida?
It's on the shared drive under school
Yeah.
committee.
But if you have revised information, they could send it to you and you
Yeah.
could,
Yeah, it says
it
summer
all together.
schedule, anybody can go in and just put
Oh.
it in even.
okay.
Great.
We have the technology. We have the technology.
And do you, both to our new members, do you guys have access to Google Drive? Have you been using that, or it's working okay? Cool. Good.
Fun.
Okay. So if there's nothing else, we do have a reason for executive session tonight. We require an executive session for the purposes of collective bargaining strategy discussions, discussion of which in public would not be beneficial to the school committee or the public good. So therefore, we need to go into an executive session. We will go into public session only for the purposes of adjournment, and we require a roll call vote.
You need a motion?
I need a motion.
So moved.
Okay. Roll call, Zena? Brian?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Using my voice though.